this is working today. This dreamer would like to get away. Someday, hey, is it still working right now? Please tell me it's working somehow. That I do not know. I do not know. Testing 1, 2, 3. I do not know. Testing. Okay, it's working. Good. It's actually working. Hey, it's working. What do you know? I don't know how, but hey, I won't argue. Singing what I'm doing because I'm a dork and I'm bored. Do, 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 do. Papa sending out the promos in the Discord. Hey, 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 what do you know? Do 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 do. Ba 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 ba. Ba 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 ba. Da 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 do. Hey. Da da da. Please, OBS, don't make a liar of me and have problems the minute I go. 'Cause that would make me very upset. Double check the Twitter before switching to game mode. Ayo. Hey, look at me, I'm moving and I'm on screen. I'm not unplugging my iPhone because I am scared. Don't know how long it's going to last out, but hey, I'm going to take it as long as it goes. Pardon me. Beep boo. Beep boo.
Foco Square.
Foco Square.
New items.
Oh my god, those emotes are horrifying. Somebody hug me, I'm scared. Like, Christ, what the hell is that? Okay. Now that I got that out of my system. Ba-ba-ba-ba-da-bum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Hey, hey, hey. Ba-ba-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum-bum. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Man. Sweet sport.
The contestant. Round one.
It's one of these. Oh, guess I'll die. Ah. And it didn't curve. The fuck? Oh, yep, I'm not making it for the next round. At least I turned off Pro League. Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Malachi. I have no idea what you're doing or if you're even a real boy. Ah. Oop. Are you kidding me? A splitter. Are you kidding me? Gosh. The game is not forgiving today. Maybe I'm not warmed up enough for bowling, because I was throwing pretty jank too. The controller flat, maybe that will recalibrate it. No, this thing. Oh, yeah, the game does not like me today. I have determined it. I just get it over with so I can quit out. Move to tennis and badminton. Why is it not curving today? Actually, I might go out and recalibrate my remotes. La da 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 da. Yeah, my remote's not even responding now. They're like disconnected. Well, that's weird. Round one results.
Good game. Finish.
Let's make sure they're updated first. Looks like there might have been an update. $99. What if anybody's ever going to make controller Joy-Cons that look like Wii remotes? That'd be nice. For motion games. Have a nice hefty remote to hold. see. Calibrate motion controls. Calibrate controllers. Calibration has been completed. Let's see. Let's also make sure that sticks. Okay. Let's try this again, shall we? Hopefully my controls actually work this time. Ba-da-bum. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-bum.
Boko Square. Tennis.
Tennis.
Let's go. Play.
Ah,
0-1.
all's right.
One falls. Two, one.
Wow. I think my boyfriend might be home. Hey, hon. But my camera decided to magically start working. I'm not unplugging my iPhone for fear that it will never work again. I do have the backup plan, but it's kind of annoying. Man.
Wasn't that way too quick.
What?
4-1.
Naughty?
So,
Yeah.
let's do 30%.
Okay.
That's
4-2.
Short version.
third version. Got made unit trainer for second shift.
Okay.
Everybody I trained successfully in station 90 days.
Mm-hmm.
I get an extra $200 in my check.
Oh, hell yeah. Pick the good ones.
They're having me retrain the clips today.
Okay.
No, I'm going back at 5 for a little bit.
Okay.
Um,
That was going to be my next question.
Employee of the month again.
Yay!
3.
They just hired 2 new people.
Okay.
They're letting me pick my servers as long as I pick at least 2 new ones.
Nice.
So,
6.
and I haven't gotten a complaint, but the sheer amount of compliments I've gotten from that people send in work with,
Mm-hmm.
207
Nice.
ranger from, oh, he was a nice cook, he helped me, he put their food correctly, he made sure everything was okay. So, You was the only person working. You didn't work with 2 other people.
I mean, yeah, that you have been.
It made it look good.
Yeah.
Oh.
7-4.
And congratulations, son.
Game, set, match.
Hope you get it then.
Break up.
Let's hope it pans out. Because we could really use extra income. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Da, 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 da. Okay. Just as a reminder, I am live.
I think you'd like to hear a good story.
Let's go.
Okay.
I'm just a goat.
No, you're a cat.
You're the... No way. I'll give you that.
Love you, huh?
No.
Play. One, 0. One, all. One, 2.
Both me and my opponent are kind of shocked by this. What?
1, 3.
Nani? What? I'm swinging. Why is my character not hitting any balls? Let's see.
Three, 4.
Hello, Prince. Long time no see. How are you doing today? Meh. Oh,
3,
fudge. Why is it not hitting those? I'm swinging at the right time.
point.
Meh. There we go.
6.
Now we're cooking with some gas.
Match point.
Come on. Yo, that was the... I almost
6.
cost me that. Wow. I actually dove for that whenever it was out. Just instinct. No! Matt! Matt!
Set. Match.
Matt! Oh dear. I swung the wrong way. Hello again, Prince. I don't know if you heard me. I hope my audio is working. Oh, please, I'm paranoid now. Let me open up, double check. Paranoid now. Let me open. Okay, it is working good. Oh, I was having some stream issues yesterday, and I'm also running a beta OS on my phone, which is part of my stream setup, and so I'm just like very paranoid about things breaking. But it's working right now, so I'm not complaining. And dear God, I cannot get over how terrifying those fruit emotes are. Okay, I'll take the badminton racket. Man. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Do do. Oh God, it's Matt. It's Matt.
Jump.
I've encountered Matt. A wild Matt.
Let's go.
My camera for me over here in the corner is on my phone.
Round one.
It's doing fine today. Yesterday it was not doing fine at all. But I seem to have somehow fixed it. Ah.
KO.
Yay, yo, that one was cool. Da, 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 da.
Ready? Fight.
Ah! Looks like a combination of fencing and a game with giant Q-tips. It's Chambara. Basically, sword fighting with foam swords on a platform around water. This was actually in Wii Sports Resort as well. Oh, they got the first swing. Oh! Okay. Oh. Hey, yo.
Finish.
I've defeated Matt, the Wii Sports champion. Just somebody using a Matt me, but it's so cool. I'm done. Da 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 da. Do you think I want to do badminton though? Specifically, badminton. Anything for keeps. Do, 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 do. Hope you're having a good day, by the way, and anybody else watching too. I always hope it's a good day.
Let's go.
Da, 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 da. Your reward is rave booty. Raving it is indeed. And away we go.
Play.
Looks like someone from Encanto. Yee, there's two different kinds of character in this game. There's a sports mate, which is what she's using. Then there's me's, which is what I'm using. See. Oh. Oh! Hey, yo.
2, 1.
Ah. This is getting intense. Oh, almost missed that one. Oh, was not expecting that.
Match point.
Never seen somebody trip and missed it. I've seen them trip and hit a wobbly shot. I do that all the time. Hey, yo. Whack.
4, 2.
Man.
Match point.
Stream issues I had yesterday was just a combination of various bugs all occurring at the same time, basically. To keep it simple. A lot of bugs that on their own probably could have been accounted for, but together just killed stream.
5, 2.
Whee! Man! Wiggle. Oh. Man. Oh. What do I want to play now? I actually want to try bowling again. Now that my remote's calibrated. Bum, bum, ba-da-bum. Hey, that's how it goes sometimes. To be fair, this week's rewards I'm not really that interested in anyways. The spaceman outfit, which is cool, but not my cup of tea. Oh, taking a while to find bowling. Oh, Lord. Default me with different hair. Logan, which... Okay. Glorious Power Nickel. Which looks like an actual me someone made. The rest are sports mates. So far. Do 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 da 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 da. Do 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 da da da.
Bowling.
Loading music. Bowling.
Let's go.
Let's go bowling. And Nico, let's go bowling. Ah! I don't know why I'm suddenly full of energy. Maybe it's Baja Blast. Or maybe it's Maybelline. Yes, I have found that oddly enough, Hopes and Dreams hummed works well with the loading music in this game. I don't know why, it just does. It's like did Nintendo secretly get Toby Fox to ghostwrite the music for this? Hey, now it's curving. Now I got the angle of the dangle. Let's see, where's my... Un momento. Hopes and Dreams. Oh, God. I did not realize my turn was up. Oh, hey, yo. I get back. It's like, oh, you got 2 seconds to bowl. I throw. I strike. I win. Hopes and Dreams invokes a lot of emotions for me, depending on how it's played. Toby Fox writes good music. What the fuck? Ah, so close. So close to a turkey. Oh, well, I'll stick with the Christmas ham.
Spare.
Pardon me. Apologies. Ba ba do 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 do. The music is really jazzy in the bowling alley. And then it gets super intense towards the end.
Round 2.
Hey, yo! Man! Da, 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 da. Don't know where that came from. I went from tired and depressed to full of energy all of a sudden. I'll take it. Maybe it's mania. Maybe it's Maybelline. Yeah, I am in a really goofy mood and I don't know why, so I apologize in advance. Yo! Ew, code red. Baja Blast all the way. And yeah, allergies are no bueno. Imagine that, me, a former flower child, sneezing all over the place. The human bodies are fragile things. Unfortunately. Yo! Turkey! Gobble gobble. Mana, mana, mana. Ma. Ma. You like Baja Blast, but never been a huge fan of tropical flavors. Prefer the flavor of Code Red, plus it's one of the 9F. One of the flavors your stomach doesn't get mad at. Fair enough. For me, I just don't like how strong all the other Mountain Dews are. Because they're like really... Like, I love sugary sweet stuff. But something about the acidity mixed with the sugary sweet doesn't taste right to me with other Mountain Dews. But with Baja Blast, it's more like Mountain Dew if it was more lemon limey. I was wanting to get a 4-bagger. Haha, funny. Thank you, hon. Baja Blast is not mid-J. Baja Blast is the nectar of the gods, and you cannot convince me otherwise. J from Mario Kart. Not to be confused with Jake from State Farm. But yeah, Baja Blast is basically Mountain Dew if it was actually good. Same flavors, just fresher. More balanced. I am not cheating, Okami. I calibrated my remotes. Get it Baja Blast, no ice. Because Baja Blast, once the ice melts in it, is mid. Because it waters it down. Okami's just salty because the remotes are too tiny for their monster hands, and so they keep throwing the ball wildly to the left or right, or don't throw it hardly at all. I would appreciate it if we do not talk about last night. Hey, yo. Which one is Okami? Okami's not in this one, because I'm playing randos right now.
Final round.
Yeah, I knew I was a little bit to the right on that one.
Nice pick.
Aw, thank you. And I like the way people play with my ears. It makes me happy. Calms me down. Hey, y'all. Floppy, floppy. I tied.
Finish.
Hey, yo. Got second. Play bonus, ranking bonus, strike bonus, 3 strike bonus, 5 strike bonus, scored 100 bonus, scored 200 bonus. And there's those terrifying fruits.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm wearing the 80s outfit. Oh, that mine was when I changed my clothing. Worn this enough. That's cute. You want to be cute today? Oh god, no. Ugh. This looks like something straight out of Mario Golf on the 3DS. No, it's not bad. Cleaning bunny, undo rabbit. Equipment. Ah. Let's go back and turn the league back on. Let's load in. Get me some pain meds. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Da 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 da.
Bowling.
Bowling. Do, 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 do. You went wild with tennis?
Here we go.
Pretty much all the games in this, all the games except for volleyball are fun, and that's only because volleyball is like slow.
Survival bowling. The contestants.
One of my medicines got stuck in my mouth, started to dissolve, and now it's all bitter.
Round 1.
Ah. Oh, fudge. Yep, this is definitely a spin control mode. I really hooked that, gosh dang. My pitch is pretty good, well thank you. When I'm trying, I can usually maintain decent pitch. It's just certain ranges. My range is weird. I've gone over it before, but my range is just weird. Basically got 3 different ranges and gaps in between. It's weird. Nobody knew how to play, and your friends have to go with you, the player who is having her. Let's see. You kicked ass. It was tired and cramping team versus he, she, they couple. Little she, they gremlin got angry a lot. Oof. Oh, this. Ah. There we go. You hate this one? This one's easy. Well, easy-ish. The ones I don't like is where they literally block the aisle and you have to get lucky with one of the pillars skipping your ball into the pins. You can't twist, then just right hook it. Literally, that's what I'm doing. I'm just like winging or just punch it. Sounds like a personal problem, Jay. I was not doing okay yesterday, Okami. Between stream issues and the horrible imbalance of the teams. Because I talked about it a little bit with Jay, but the problem last night was when Slinky put you on the opposite team, he wasn't considering the fact that we also had a lot of low-level people on our team, whereas your team was like 99% competent. Nobody in my chat's gonna understand that. So it just kind of frustrated me. That's why I left, because I was not in the right headspace to play. I was not in the right headspace to socialize. It was a bad moment for me. The 2 hearts are amazing, that's the thing, but I'm barely competent in Splatoon. The 2 hearts are amazing, and then we had, and no offense to you, Jay, we had Slinky and Jay. Just everyone else on our team couldn't compare to basically who you had on your team. And it's not that Jay and Slinky are bad, it's just they couldn't keep up. I knew, to be specific, I knew it was time for me to call quits when I sniped 3 different people on Gobi Arena, one of my worst courses. You didn't do anything wrong, Prince. Jay's just being Jay. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything in chat. Okay, the scrolling is not working all of a sudden. It's wanting to refresh the page instead of scroll. Ah, not this one. I hate this one. Ah. This one's not impossible, but it is a fudge. It is hard. Come on, let me scroll. Let me scroll. Let's see. 6 new messages. Let's see. Too powerful, oh, and tempting. Being a Twitch gremlin. Have another theory, booty. It's the cookies and cream mix. Not a clue. You put it there. You see, it's amazing the hearts where they specialize in kills, which is not a big factor in turf war. That's another thing I noticed, is that when I was playing with the hearts, our own turf, oh fuck this one. Our own turf was fairly uninked. Yeah, there's no winning this one. Also, if you're a bit confused, Prince, I was participating in the Splatoon thing last night. But to get around this one, it wouldn't be much of a problem. Hey, I got around it. Thank goodness. It's like a small window. That is the first time I've actually hit anything with this layout. The hearts are amazing, but I was carrying a lot more than I should have been in Turf War. And between that and the negative headspace I was already in from OBS and my phone and everything having issues, I just wasn't in the right headspace. And that's where I'd like to leave it. But today, I'm doing a lot better today, if you're wondering, Okami, because I know you asked. My phone's actually working. OBS is working. After a recalibration, my controller's working. Yeah, that didn't curve like I thought. I didn't write her good enough, I guess. Bowling's fun. I haven't gone bowling in ages, though. I don't even know if I could in a wheelchair. It'd be kind of hard. I guess I could wheel up and then toss it, but don't know how straight my throw would be. Slinky got a migraine mid game. Like when he sat out for a game while I was playing, he talked about having a migraine. I know, Prince, but thank you. Ah.
Nice man.
I'm in last. How did Apollo get a gutter ball? Oh, they have walls. Oof. Yes, it does suck, Prince. I get them too. In fact, one of the medications I took, the one that accidentally dissolved in my mouth a few minutes ago, that was my preventative for migraines. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Oh, guess I'll die. Dehydration is a problem. I wonder if that's Slinky's issue. Maybe Slinky's not hydrating enough. Because I just, this form I have genetically gets migraines. I am on propranolol. What's the brand name for this shit? Inderol. It is basically a heart medication, but it also helps with migraines, and it's doing a pretty decent job. The good stuff, like the really good migraine preventatives, they couldn't put me on because insurance companies, including Medicaid, state insurance, they still are stingy with it, where they're like, oh, we want you to try these medications before we'll approve this medication.
Nice.
So I'm on, right now I'm on propranolol. Was on amitriptyline, but that stopped working after like 2 weeks. Oops, I overcorrected on that. I hooked it too much.
Spare.
Told Slinky to drink milk. Slinky should have gotten more. You work outside and do fairly intensive manual labor. That's fair. Drink like Gatorade or Pedialyte. Like Pedialyte. That helps with electrolytes. Because if you sweat too much, it will also dehydrate you faster. sometimes it's not just about water intake, but it's also about water outtake. Or output. Hey, y'all.
Wake up.
Just get like the Gatorade Zero. Or something. Like, get something with 0 sugar then. Oh, but if water bottles are free, then yeah, just drink water, I guess. If you can get a supply of clean, fresh drinking water for free. Hello, hun. I have a Cheeto on my cheek. By Cheeto, I mean Kitty, and by Kitty, I mean my boyfriend. Yes. Okay.
Thank you for the attention. Take your attention for it.
Ah. Donnie? Watching me play bowling makes you want to see an Undertale-style Mario Party kind of game. Oh, Miitopia's? Yeah, the makeup system.
Yes.
Yeah, the makeup system would be cool. I just think they probably won't due to the logistics of it. Because they'd either have to update games that support Mii's to backport it, or only new games would, and that'd be probably Forgot random's an option. Wait a second. That's not what I... Nah. I don't know about y'all, but to me, the random arena looks a bit like a ball field. I wonder if they will bring baseball in a future update. Because they're bringing golf. Hey, I ranked up. So I talked a little bit about it in
Chambara.
my server, but apparently part of the reason the controls feel so different in this game isn't just because of the gyroscope, which if you played Wii Sports Resort, that makes sense. It's like Wii Sports versus Wii Sports Resort, it was a different feeling. But it's also because the Joy-Cons are smaller, so people don't have as consistent swings with them because they're too lightweight. There's not enough heft. The Wii remotes apparently had enough heft that the way people swung them was fairly consistent in testing.
Ready?
Oh, dang. Oh! Oh, I am in danger. Ah, I couldn't block it. Boxing in the buildings, golf further down past the river, maybe a water-based game in the bay. That could make sense.
Round 2. Ready?
I could see, yeah, I could see it, like, games being... I could see some more games being off-screen, be a bit like Mario Kart, the Mario Kart DLC, where it has a different page.
Round 3.
I have an adapter to actually capture Wii on HDMI, so I could play Wii Sports and Wii Sports Resort as well, if I wanted to. Oh. Ah. Almost.
Finish.
Oh, it didn't do anything to it. I guess I did good enough job that it was like, eh. Because normally you rank down if you lose. So yeah, there's the bay over here. Which could be golf. Take you to a golfing island, because Wii Sports Resort Golf was on an island. Let's see. The random icon over here, like, kind of interesting. And it's not big enough for basketball, that little marina there. Because if you notice, like, even badminton, it's like, yeah, I don't know. I could see there being like more on another page, like to the right of that drive, that little bridge over there. Because we know golf is coming, so they're probably putting golf in that little marina area. And the question is will they add more? Please do not. Not gonna lie, Star Wars was never my thing. I've always been more of a Trek person.
Bowling.
I'm less I have the high ground, Anakin, and more beam me up, Scotty.
Let's go.
I'm less use the Force and more set phasers the stun.
The contestants. Round one.
Okay, so Star Wars is, well, wars, and Star Trek is more like diplomatic. It's like the whole thing with Star Trek is like humans exploring space and meeting new civilizations and all that. Whereas Star Wars is about a remote alien race fighting oppression. I say if you want to watch Star Trek, start with the movies. Don't start with the original series. Skip the Generations movie, but watch the Next Generation series. Watch Deep Space Nine, skip Voyager, skip Enterprise. Watch Picard. But before you watch Picard, watch the Next Generation movies. Not to be confused with Star Trek Generations, which was the movie before Next Generation. I'll put a list in my Discord server, actually. That would probably be the easiest thing. Didn't hook it enough. Ah! Because the Star Trek Next Generation TV show, it tackled a lot of societal issues of the day. And honestly, the episodes that didn't were a lot worse. But for the ones that did, it really tackled a lot of issues. And the follow-up to it that was made recently on Paramount Plus, Star Trek Picard, its second season goes pretty hard. Pretty scathing review of our current situation. Ah, almost a strike.
Nice spin.
Yee, I'm not making it. I knew that. Ba-da-bum. Oh yeah, by the way, for anybody chatting who's not in my Discord yet, it is. Yeah, I have a Discord now. Oh yeah, there's another Star Trek movie you need to skip too. Two of the original movies you need to skip. One of them is where they go to the center of the universe to find God. The whole movie feels like it was written on a writer's strike. And then Generations, which I have not seen myself, but I have heard is horrible.
Good game. Finish.
It's not bad, but I'm gonna lose some of my ranking for that. Yeah. No. Why would it zoom in on the fruit?
Chambara. Here we go.
I like them. I think it's cool. Is there a better reason?
Ready? Boom. KO. Round 2.
Dual wielding is fun, and while the controls are a bit weird
Ready?
in this game with dual wielding,
Boom.
oh, I think I got married.
Round 3.
There's two different single swords. There's the charged sword and the standard. The standard hits the hardest, but it has no special frills. The charged sword, of course, charges up over time. And then the dual swords, you can also charge up, but they're the weakest swords of the bunch. No, Okami. My boyfriend is not downloading illicit videos. I don't think. No, he's not at his desk. So hello, Gabby. Howdy, howdy, howdy. Hello. I see they're doing the Wii Sports tactic of just swing the remote. Man. Hello, Spampton. It is not, in fact, I, D's Netscal. Aww. Adorable. No, watch out for Sugar Mama. They got a big swing to them. Okie doke. Duly noted. Aw, congrats, Gabby.
5-1. Game.
Did they just give that to me? Hey, y'all. Where you going? Work. Oh, yeah, you have that thing at 5. I forgot.
I'm trying to make bowling power.
Good luck.
Thank you. I mean,
Nah, getting pet. Nah. My boyfriend gave me pet. My chat right now. Jay, hey, watch out for Sugar Mama. They got a big swing to him. Gabby, you know what else has a big swing to him? Jay, Gabby, probably got Joy-Con issues. Gabby, nah. Masak.
okay, that's a simple place.
My boyfriend is amused. I like it when I get head pats and ear pats. I like it when people pet my ears gently. It calms me down. What?
I'm gonna use that to put the string.
Okay. You know what? I might take a break from playing and just go to chatting for a moment. Stretch out. Stretchy. Do. Jay. Ooh. Le Coppin. Can't really do a cow. Do 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 do. La da 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 da. No, Jay, no. Oh no, I do mind. Yes, Jay, yes. I take it back. Do do. Nope, that's the wrong window. Do do do. Do 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 do. Nope, nope, nope. There we go. Wow, chat's feisty today. Who are you simping for, Roaming J? You can tell me, you can tell me. Or shall I look into your soul and figure out for myself? Be honest, I've been simping for my paycheck every Friday more than any chick. A hella fair. Shit, I can't read Spanish. I never finished that class. See. Ba 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 ba. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Okay. Nah, I feel you get paid every 2 weeks and the anniversary week is expensive. I don't get paid anything. But hopefully that changes soon. Let's see, most importantly, you like your bread. Andiamo piccoletto Azzi. Nani? Yo, Siri, help me out for a minute here. Translate. Italian? I want it in English, though, please. Let's go, small Azzy. Oh! I'll have you know I am 6'1". I was small in a past life. I was small in this life. I ain't small now. I'm skinny, but I ain't small. Okie doke, you're heading out now. Just wanted to stop by. Have a great day, Gabby. Meh. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. switch it to this, go to here. I'm gonna switch it to chatting and actually get some music going. 'Cause I'm having fun. Yeah, my piccoletto. You feel small now, 5'11". Yeah, that's not too bad. That's only a couple inches off. You'd be looking at my snoot. Oh, treats! Ah! But are they butterscotch? That is the question. I'm gonna tilt my camera too. Switch to just chatting without the game in the background and get some music going. Could do Underveil soundtrack. It could do the Your Soulmate medley. There's a lot I could do. Oh wait, I should probably actually switch it to. Oh, this whole time I had it on the wrong one and would have played DMC music on the VOD. Don't want that. Glad I caught that before I played anything. What the, was it this one? No, that one's sad. That one's cool. This one's interesting. This one's happy. Ooh, and I love the, like, harmony. Nine foot standing? 6 foot sitting? Are you serious, Gabby? Are you a bigger monster than I? Do da 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 ch 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 ch. Gabby has a case of gloves in Spanish. Da, 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 da. No. Translate. Change language. Original is Spanish. Translation, English. That just says gloves. Guantes? What? Akami, you're gonna need to make more sense than that. Oh, got another telenym, it looks like. What food wouldn't you eat on a first date and why? What is with people asking me all these weird date questions? It's like, all of them, it's like, there's no food I would rule out just because it's a date. Like, heck, you could make macaroni and cheese and little weenies while watching a sitcom a date. Like, a date is... People really do not know what dates are. I can't believe they turned Juan into a Tez dispenser. Let's see. I guess I should say I wouldn't rule out any food just because it is a date. It really depends on what the date entails. Your ideal date is a bag of white cheddar popcorn and couch cuddles while watching a bad movie. See, my ideal date about now is munching down on some McDonald's fries and hot apple pies while watching One Piece with my boyfriend. So that's what we did last night to kind of cheer me up. Because some people did send me some tips, exclamation point tip, for McDonald's. So I was like, I'm going to honor that. I'm going to get me some McDonald's and I'm just going to watch One Piece to calm down. Let's see. This is the one I was looking for. Determination. I should have known. It's always determination, isn't it? Also, this jacket's making me itchy. I need to take it off and switch to something else. I mean, what jacket? I'm wearing a cape and robes. What are you talking about? Stupid human form. Cuddles are... Oh my gosh, me and my boyfriend cuddled last night, and it was so nice. I miss it. Uno momento. The goat monster is going to disappear for a split second. Ba, 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 da, da, da. I am back. Was just changing up the top on this gangly human body and also throwing some food in the microwave. Ravioli. Let's see, what did Jay ask? Jay asked, food fight just happens and you gotta participate. What's your primary, secondary, and melee food weapons? That's a waste of food. But if I'm being forced... Heyo, Elite. But being forced to fight in a food fight, Jay. Let's see. Primary, secondary, and melee. Primary. Day-old baguette left out on the counter to dry. Or stale baguette, I guess you could say. Them fuckers get hard. Secondary. Another stale baguette, dual wield. Maybe. Secondary. Jolly Ranchers are a great food fight sticky grenade. Stale dinner rolls. Projectile. And melee. That's like fist fight. I mean, if you're punching someone, what's the food going to do but soften the blow? I have been asked by Jay on my telenym. Food fight just happened and I am forced to participate. What's my primary, secondary, and melee food-based weapons? Stale bread bowls. No, those would just crumble. Let's see, food-wise. Okami. That's not food. It's also a biohazard. Has he got it out for the gluten allergen people out here? Microwave distilled water. Superheated water, yeah, but it would explode on me, unfortunately. I'm trying to keep it believable. It's not like you would pack stale food, but stale bread is believable because, I mean, a little bit of water, you heat that up and it's fine. Ice cream cone. The pointy ones. I could put those on my fingertips. Bend the claws. I think that's good. Da 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 da. Hot pepper jam. Ew. Just make sure you don't have to scratch anything until you wash your hands. Share that one on Twitter. And that one on Twitter. Spicy. Get the camera readjusted there. Just take Carolina Reaper, mix it in water, and put it in a spray bottle. That's not food anymore. That's just violent assault and battery. Remember, this is a food fight we're being forced to participate in, but it is still a food fight. The implication being that you're in the middle of a cafeteria and war has just broken out. Your choices. Primary, mug can grenades. Secondary is hot flaming Cheeto dust. Melee is 2 durian. Wow, that's creative. Assault and battery. We like to pepper puns in here and there. Sprinkle them about. You are, however, out of the food fight. Jay's question was that if I was forced to, because I was like, well, I wouldn't participate in a food fight, but I guess if I'm forced to, if I'm being held as a prisoner of war and forced to fight, there's no healing item in a food fight. The healing item would be a bath. Now, protective, a coat or an umbrella. If you, hell, if you had an umbrella, shield yourself until it breaks. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Da da da. Do 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 do. Speaking of health, you got moderate congestion, but you're getting over it. Good, glad to hear it. Just if it gets worse, don't forget to go to contact medical health. Would I deflect your mug cans back with stale baguette? It depends on the baguette. Them fuckers, if they're stale enough, you could kill someone with one. It depends on how dense the baguette was. Was it a nice, soft, fluffy one? Or was it like the good old French style, 3 days old? The only way you're going to be able to eat this is if you soak it in egg, rock hard. You could build a house with this brick style baguette. If it was the latter, oh, you could knock a few mug cans out before it snaps in half, and even then you could pick it up and make it into just 2 smaller baguettes. Chambara that bitch. Yeah. Man. I want to check up on him. Oh yeah, I was working on Star Trek recommendations in Discord. Forgot about that. So let's see. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Next Generation Theories, Deep Space Nine. Next Generation Films. Skip 5 and Generations. Oh, my keyboard stopped responding. As he when the mug can't detonate. Aye, this bitch empty. Come on, keyboard. Cooperate with me here. Next Generation Films. Let's see, what else? Because Voyager, it's a bit weird as far as Star Trek is concerned. Enterprise, you want to skip. To get a good Star Trek experience, what else? Because there's Deep Space Nine, and then it gets weird with Enterprise. I guess watch Picard, and then the reboot films. The original series, Next Generation, DS9, the only good ones. I would argue that the original series isn't great. It was just groundbreaking for its time. The original films, however, really let the original series shine. Which is what I was recommending, is watch the original films, but skip 5. 5's a fucking weird one. Skip Generations, go to the Next Generation series, then watch Deep Space Nine after Next Generation, then watch the Next Generation films, not to be confused with the Generations film. Let's see, what were the films anyways? Show all windows. Do do do. see, so there was, let's go, Generation, so First Contact, Insurrection, and Nemesis. So, First Contact, Insurrection, Nemesis. The reboot films dead last because they take place in a canon alternate universe, basically, due to time travel. So Picard picks up in the future of Next Generation and Deep Space Nine and all that, and the reboots are their own canon thing. And there, that is put out, and I will @J. Oh, or not. I'll hit the enter key prematurely. You play Star Trek Online. You love Buren, the tankiest cruiser in the game. I bought that, more accurately, my grandmother bought me that game when I was a kid, back when it was still paid. In fact, I had a collector's edition with the little comm badge and everything. And it came with like the original Enterprise, the Next Generation Enterprise, all that jazz, all the special stuff. But I don't remember my account information. It was on a computer that couldn't run it properly, so I never really got to experience it. And I'm kind of sad about that. And I don't know if I would want to pick it up now, because it's like it's late in the game's lifespan. I wouldn't be able to get all the special stuff I had. And it just... Isn't story-wise, doesn't it take place in the reboot universe with the movies? Or does it take place in the original universe? I can't remember. I can't remember which timeline it takes place in. Free T5 and T6 ships and long events allow you to get free lockbox ships. I'm not really sure what that means, because the game has probably changed considerably since its launch, especially after it went to free to play. So I'm like, Nani? All I know is NC 1701, NX 1701, NC 1701, A, B, C, D. Because, yeah, the collector's edition when it first launched with the comm badge and everything came with the NC 1701 and then the NC 1701D. The D is the one from Next Generation, and then the original 1701 from the original series. It may have, I think it also came with the NC 1701A from the first movies as well. I don't know if it came with the B, though. And interesting enough, we have never gotten a series that goes over the crew of the NC 1701C. The only time we've ever seen it is in one episode of Next Generations where it gets warped into the future, which changes the entire history, because apparently the crew of the NC 1701C, by sacrificing themselves to save the Klingons against the Romulans, it changes the tide of a war between the Romulans and Klingons, which results in the Klingons joining the Federation. Jay? Nani the fuck? Is that the one? Is that from Picard or something? NC 1701J. Memory Alpha. 26th century. Oh, that's way in the future. Okay. It's heckin' in the future. The devs shit on their own economy hard to the point you don't need to pay anything. Just do a year-long event and get free ships. Yeah. I think that's the thing, is like the early adopters really supported the game financially, but then when it went free to play, it was just kind of more of a bonus thing. I got the impression they just kind of really weren't in it for the money anymore. That's why it went free to play. They were just kind of like, here you go, Star Trek game. Have fun. It's the largest ship in the game. You hate its design. Looking at the pictures of it, oh god, it's butt ugly. It's so thin and gangly. It looks like you can snap it. Like, I know they made the pizza cutter joke in the reboot movies, but ugh. Oh, it's known in Star Trek Online as the pancake. I can see why. But yeah, I would really love a series that covers the like a in-betweenquel series that goes over the life of the NC-17, the crew of the NCC 1701C, and their commanding officer, Rachel Garrett. Because I think that would be really interesting to see the world and the environment in this like critical era where the Klingons have a treaty with the Federation, but they're not part of the Federation yet, and the Romulans emerge. Like, I think that'd be really interesting as a Star Trek fan. Because Picard, Picard's, like, some people don't like it because of how fanservice-y it is, or because it makes political statements, and it's like, have you not watched the Next Generation series? It makes political statements all the damn time. But yes, I'm a nerd. Okay, some habits die. Some old habits die hard. Mainly stick with carriers, like the playstyle, and the more recent story has it doing a deep dive into the mirror universe. Yeah, there's a lot of mirror universes in Star Trek, though. 90% of them end up with the Federation seemingly becoming a warring organization rather than a true Federation of planets. Ugh. Rhett and Link when they were still cool. I could go all day about Star Trek, though. I just recently, thanks to my cell phone carrier giving me a free year of Paramount Plus, I binged all of season 2 of Picard. And I'm not totally happy how it ended, because in some ways it was really tying up loose ends with some characters, both characters they introduced and characters from the Next Generation series, but it was a good ending. There could have been a lot worse endings, and they did it very gracefully. Oh, that one, the Starfleet versus Terran one. Yeah. And yeah, as far as Good Mythical Morn, I don't know about any controversies with GMM. I just stopped watching it because it changed format. And no, I'm not talking about when they were splitting it into 3 videos. That I didn't mind. I'm talking about how it went from like a podcast style show where they were literally like talking about things to it being more of like a variety show. It feels like even their catchphrase, let's talk about that, is just in words only. I don't want to see some popular influencer or YouTuber doing some weird game show antics. No, I just want to see two dudes shooting the breeze. Maybe eating something weird from Josh. That's why I watch Mythical Kitchen still. Mythical Kitchen it's fun. There's a lot of chemistry amongst the people there. It's really funny. It's really weird. Oh, also, there's in Picard. If you have a bit of a spoiler for season 2, but in Picard, there's another mirror universe introduced. Now, say nothing other than it is the Confederate or Confederation instead of the Federation. So I think you can get a sense of what they're for in said mirror universe. Well, pizza, when the pizza had beans, made sense to you while blowing everyone else's minds. I like fancy fast food. I also like or I used to like Meals of History because I just like, Emily. I really like Emily when she's on the show because she has really good chemistry with Josh. She's like really funny. But I get the impression she's probably not wanting to be on the show as much because content with her has really died down recently on the Mythical Kitchen channel. And I also liked, what was it? I'm forgetting. It was the one where they bring back like old fast food items that no longer exist. And that one I really liked too. It was like really cool and it had Trevor on it a lot and I really like Trevor. I feel like Trevor's life is the life I could have lived had I been in a better situation, honestly. And he's really funny. But yeah, they've brought in a lot of new people to Mythical Kitchen, which are really cool. Really cool people, but it's like a lot of the older people that people like myself might have enjoyed watching aren't really prominent anymore on camera. So yeah. I watch Mythical Kitchen. I don't watch Good Mythical Morning because Good Mythical Morning is no longer Good Mythical Morning. It's more like a weird variety show. Your knowledge on history and love for Stellaris, Confederation has two meanings, one good and one bad. You take for Picard, it's the bad one. It's a really bad one. But yeah, Picard, the season 2 of Picard pulls out a lot of stops. It wraps up a lot of loose ends from Next Generation, and it also makes a lot of its story beats make a lot of references to older original series, movie, and Next Generation plot lines. I will say that much. And the endings were bittersweet, but happy. I do wish, though, that CBS would put more care into their TV series, though. Like, I know some people really like Lower Decks, but that... I don't want yet another weird Flash animated adult animated series. I would take an anime... Like, I will take CBS contracting out to, like, TBS in Japan or something and making, like, an anime. Like, I'll take that at this point. Because it'll at least be something interesting. Because they're not going to recapture the original series, and they're not going to recapture Next Generation. Picard came close. Season 2 came hella close, because it makes quite the statement on 2022 and thereabout. But I don't think they're capable of really capturing that episodic format anymore, let alone the fact that the environment is so divisive these days that unless you're a diehard Star Trek fan who really understands the series, a lot of people would probably be upset with Next Generation if it were to be continued today. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Hello again, Swag. Hi, Vanny. How's you doing? Do do. Da 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 da. Ice cream, nice. I'll switch the music. We've been just listening to this on loop. It loops perfectly, but we've been listening to this the whole time. Let's get something chiller to chat to. No. I will move as fluidly as I damn please. That's not a cookie! I love that bit with Kermit. It's not a cookie! All the memes of it too. Move you like you're at 24 frames per second. What about 36? Will that do? I might be able to knock it down to 24 while streaming. Let's see. Will it crash the stream? No, I cannot reduce frame rates while streaming. Well, there you go. I am moving at 36 right now. 34. 36. React to videos? I don't do reactions, Manny. If there's something I want to react to and show everyone else, I will. But I don't do viewer submitted content reactions. Just for starters, because it feels unfair skipping over people when there's content I clearly will not like, and I'm like, hey, sorry, this is shitty, I'm not watching it. I don't like doing that to people, so I'd rather not put myself in that position. And it's also kind of a bucket of hot water at times. If you want to send stupid memes to me every once in a while, though, I don't mind. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying never send a meme. But it's kind of like the rules of my server, and the rules in Tone's server, too, which my rules are based on, basically, is that if you have a meme that you want to share with people, first off, think, is this meme appropriate? Am I sharing it in the right channel? And am I spamming? If it's yes, yes, and no, then you're good. But if it's a low-quality meme that most people aren't going to be interested in, if it's not in the right channel, or if you've posted already like 2 or 3 memes, you're going too far. So it's that same kind of concept. Is it something I'm going to like? Is it actually interesting and funny to most people? Or is it just like weird, obscure humor that maybe 3 people will laugh at? Which, don't get me wrong, there's some things I find funny that nobody else will laugh at. I am a weird monster like that. I guess being around the bend and reincarnated twice leaves you with an odd sense of humor. But A bobcat trying to eat a chair. Post it in general in my Discord, and I will decide whether or not it gets a pass. How about that? I will give you that much. Do 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 do. The coffee shop. Yes, coffee shop is general. Coffee shop is public general. Fast pass is for friends and subscribers. And then the flower bed, for those who have access to it, is only for friends. And those I trust. It's a Twitter link. Okay, so copy link. Web view. Get rid of all this stuff, cross, submit, little weird bits. Interact. Let's see. Open the web view. Oh, interact. I'm gonna, since it's Twitter, I'm gonna have to. What is that cat doing? Don't know what they're saying. My cat's like, let me eat it! Let me eat it! There you go, Annie. I have reacted to something. Wonder if I should switch to Animal Crossing at some point today. React to this. React to these nuts. Fallen badminton, huh? Jay, how about you? Fall down a very deep, dark hole. Who knows, you might make a friend or two. Oops, wrong button. Wrong button again. 2 for 2. Got him! Let's switch it. Jay fell down the hole. You're not pestering me. It's a just chatting segment. Post it in chat or send it in DMs or put it in general, depending on what if you think it's appropriate. What kind of drink can be bitter and sweet? Tea. Coffee. Reality. Ah, you got me there. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. Do 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 do. Ch-ch. Ba-ba-ba-da-ba. Do 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 do. Da da da. Da 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 da. La da 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 da. Have on the stream. Have me on the stream, please. I don't have Discord open, Vanny, so I'm sorry, but I won't be able to. 3 minutes is a bit long. I'll watch it after the stream. How about that? Now, if you can clip a part out of it, because YouTube introduced clips recently for all videos, not just streams, which is nice. Actually being able to clip and share a segment of video without having to download it and then trim it or screen record it. It's a lot easier now. But yeah, if you can clip it. Okay, I don't have what you want. Rip. I'm also going to pin the Star Trek recommendations. For anybody in my Discord server who would like to see my Star Trek viewing recommendations, I have pinned it in the coffee shop. So Vanny says, in Telegram for some reason, what did 2 pieces of bread say on their wedding day? It was loaf at first sight. Hardy har 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 har. Hardy har har har. Oh yeah, I had food in the microwave. Be right back. Gotta love short attention spans. Mic check. Okay. Nah. Yeah, my camera's got good range. Let's see. Just watch the beginning animation with the cop cars. I'll watch it on my iPad. It'll play. It doesn't seem to want to play, so I'll watch it later then. Also, side note, Munster is an underrated cheese, and it melts a lot like mozzarella. It's like a fancier mozzarella. I think people are sleeping on it. Because I ran out of mozzarella, but I had some leftover sliced Munster in my fridge, and I've been putting it in my pasta and melting it, and it's like, this is like mozzarella, but better. Like, man. Monster eating Munster. I just I swear that's not on purpose. Oh. Stretches like mozzarella too. Do 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 do. Cheese. Gatorade. It's not the zero, which I prefer, because you know, lower sugar. Good God, this contains 69% of your daily sugar. Jesus, I mean that's nice, but that's also not nice. Like I love sugar. That's a lot in one drink. Yeah, this is why I prefer the zeros over the regular Gatorade. I don't normally get regular Gatorade. My boyfriend just confused the two white Gatorades because they were out of the zero, I guess. Nah. Pasta time. That is rim lighting. My lighting is very bright. At least in digital land. In physical land, lighting is more a little bit more warm in room temperature. Jay. Like, I know what you're trying to get at, Jay. But there's a lot nicer way of saying that. Come on now. Yeah, I know. It's just I want to make sure everyone else knows. And also, I'm sorry to hear about that, friends. Yeah, a lot of stuff's loaded with sugar these days. To be fair, I've made that same exact mistake before where I hear or see something and it's so funny in context, and then you repeat it and people are just staring at you like, what the fuck did you just say? And then that's when you go, oh, that sounds really bad out of context. Context is key. Ravioli. Man. Cut sugar out of your diet like a solid month and it was pain. Yeah, I probably met 200% my daily sugar between this Gatorade and this Mountain Dew, the Baja. Le Baja. Oh well. I am trying to gain weight anyway, so maybe it will work. Do 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 do. Da 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 da. I wish Oculus would send me my controller because I would really love to do VR streams again. Like, I am dying to get back into VR. But even though you can do one-handed VR with VR chat, it's not fun. And a lot of stuff breaks because it's designed for two hands. Yes, I have seen Miku and Scarlett Johansson, Vanny. I've seen the weird Miku commercial. Oh, where was I? I completely forgot what I was talking about. No one's home. Let's see. I'm not doing reactions. I already said that. You can send me stuff and if you guys want to send me more stuff, send it in private messages. Don't flood general, please. And I will react. Pardon me. I'll react to it on my own time, and if I think it's funny, I'll show it on the next stream. What was I talking about? I was talking about sugar. I don't remember what I was talking about. I need to get my glasses. That's a little better. I was not, Jay. I was not. But nice try. Da, 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 da. Well, I guess Tony's going to be streaming in a bit, so it'll be nice to raid him. But in the meantime, VR! I was talking about Oculus holding my damn controller hostage. That's right. VR chat kind of breaks when you don't have two controllers. When you've only got the one, unless a game is designed for desktop mode, it's really hard to play. And even then, if it is designed for desktop mode, if anybody's designing like key bindings, then you're fucked. And it's also a bit, being able to be myself, or a simulacrum of myself anyways, in VR is nice and very euphoric, but then it becomes dysphoric when I can't use my other arm. Because I am very expressive, ironically. And not being able to like move my arms, hold my sabers, point, do whatever, it really bothers me. But Meta, old Facebook with Zucky Boy, has not had stock of controllers for a hot minute now. It's so bad that now customer support is not even waiting for me to ask where's my controller. They're just sending update emails being like, hey, yo, we haven't forgotten about you. We're still waiting. Like, could you send it for my birthday, maybe? At least? With a gift card for and a message like saying, hey, sorry for the wait. Because at this point, I can't recommend a Quest anymore. Not if this is how they're going to treat customers anytime that something needs replaced or repaired. Like, no lie, here recently, a small claims court case wrapped up where a father sued Oculus because his son's Quest broke. He sent it in. They couldn't replace it. They're like, nope, we can't. We can't do nothing. We're gonna have to send you a new one. Never could send him a new one because they were quote unquote out of stock. And when he asked for his money back on the Quest, they were like, no, we don't do money back. We'll just send you a new one, and we'll give you gift cards, but that's it. It ended in his favor, but the way it ended is that he basically got a new Quest out of it. The lawyers showed up in court with a Quest, and he got $1 in damages. But that's kind of like the issue with Quest hardware, is that they don't keep anything in stock. And they make it so convoluted to get anything replaced that unless you take them to court, you're at their mercy. And I wouldn't even know where to begin. I can't afford that. Anyways. Here's the sad thing. The Quest 2 is by far the most reasonably priced, affordable, and accessible piece of VR hardware on the market. Whether you're using it as a game console and playing console-based experiences on the Quest, or you're hooking it up to a computer and using it like an Oculus Rift, it is by far the best experience on the budget end. Save for having a $1,000 computer and then buying a $1,000 headset. But if shit goes wrong, you may be looking at 6 months for a replacement. Because it seems like they only stock things around the holidays. I wonder why. Yeah, and that's the bitter ironies. They want everyone to have one, but they won't do anything about scalpers. They won't keep any surplus in store specifically for repairs and replacements. So if your shit breaks, they're just like waiting on retail stock. And then it's like they only they only really stock up during the holidays. That's the only time you can really get any. And it's like, I love VR chat. I want to go back in VR chat. But it's kind of hard without a controller. The worst part is there's a lot of people selling Quest controllers on eBay and Amazon for like $100, $160. The controller is only worth $80. And that's retail. We know that Facebook ain't paying $80 for it. Nah. But yeah, that's the really sad thing, is there's not any sort of affordable console hardware for VR except for the Quest. Google gave up with their Daydream. Like, they didn't even get the standalone Daydreams out the door before they closed up shop on that. They full on Google TV that. Because there was Google TV, and then there was Android TV, and then there's Google TV. Yes, that's very confusing, because the first Google TV is not the second Google TV. They are not compatible. They're all based on Android. Google doesn't have it. If it's not ads or search, they have no commitment. Microsoft, the only reason why the Surface exists is because it sells with business people. Because Steve Ballmer was not the best CEO for Microsoft, but he at least was able to recognize in hindsight when they needed a consumer product. Windows Phone, it was actually good. It was eating up the low-end market. In fact, it was so much of a threat to Google that they had to start blocking Google services on it arbitrarily just to hinder it enough that they could get budget Android phones out the door that were actually worth a dang. And Surface. Microsoft realized that they needed proper Windows hardware that was first class. Not all this jank second class bullshit from OEMs. Problem with Windows Phone is it didn't sell with businesses. So the CEO, the new CEO, who was like, he hailed from Microsoft's like cloud and office divisions. So you know he's basically going to be a Bill Gates kiss up. Yeah, no, scrap Windows Phone. HoloLens, which was originally supposed to be like 2 years in the development cycle with a developer edition before coming to consumers. Yeah, no, there is no consumer HoloLens. It is like a $1,000, $2,000 business machine. It's used by NASA, but there's no consumer hardware inside for it. And the HoloLens was developed in part by the Xbox team. That's the hilarious thing. Like, it was clearly being designed for a consumer audience, but their CEO and their board is so business focused that they cannot keep a single consumer focused product on the market unless it either sells to businesses, or it is so goddamn successful that it would hurt their bottom line to cancel it. Like Xbox. Surface is sold to businesses. That's why they're kind of moving away from the whole hybrid tablet thing and doing more laptops. Because that's what businesses want. Xbox, if they were to can Xbox tomorrow, oh, that would be a nightmare scenario for them. Yeah, by the time Windows Phone was killed off, Google had enough how do I put it? Android had evolved enough that it was able to run feasibly on a low-powered phone. It still doesn't run great. And if you buy a budget Android phone, it's still going to be like 2 years behind on the operating system and get no updates, and it's going to be an insecure mess. But you'll at least be able to watch YouTube, browse the web, and check Twitter on. And yeah, another thing I hate about Windows Phone is that not only did they gut Windows Phone, but they killed off access to the store for anything below Windows 10 Mobile. And Windows 10 Mobile sucked. It killed the Windows Phone experience. Because it was developed more by the Windows team, not the Windows Phone team. And the Windows team had no understanding of Windows Phone whatsoever. That is why Windows 8 sucked. That is why Windows 8.1 was only marginally better. Why Windows 10, Windows 10 was the closest it came to Windows Phone. But even that, it missed the mark by a mile. I was passionate about Windows Phone. I saw promise in Windows 8. Microsoft did not know what they were doing. Windows 8 is like if a toddler and your elderly grandmother looked at Windows Phone from a distance and then tried recreating that in Windows 7. That is Windows 8. It didn't last very long. It lasted like a few years. I liked it. Mainly because I used Windows Phone, so it was familiar. But it had a lot of rough edges that needed fixed. Windows 10 fixed a lot of the rough edges. But Windows 10 also introduced a lot of new rough edges. It wasn't Metro. That's the thing. Metro was a design philosophy. Content first. Windows 8 was not content first. That's why I said it's like a toddler and an elderly grandmother looked at Windows Phone and tried recreating it. They had no understanding of the core philosophy behind the design of Windows Phone. They only knew that Windows Phone had live tiles and big spacious areas. Rest well, Prince. Good luck with work. Because that's the thing. It's like Windows 8 was a poor imitation of Metro. Actual Metro, the whole idea was that the content was the key focus and everything else was just guff. Button shapes and gloss and glitter and shines and reflections and bevels and outlines and lines and rules and pages and paper and skeuomorphism, and all that was just guff. Windows Phone and the Metro design philosophy was about putting the content first and foremost and designing around it. Yes, it is. Sadly, transparent video is not fully a thing yet. It is in some formats, but it's... Like, I was passionate about Metro. At the time, I was sad when Microsoft dropped the Metro naming whenever Windows 8 came out, and they're like, oh, we don't want to upset our business partners. But then I realized that Windows 8 was not Metro anyways, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm not so mad about it anymore. I'd rather they drop using the term altogether than bastardize it. And the thing is like, iOS actually has some like Metro concept principles in it now. With widgets, they work a lot like live tiles, and while they do have like shadows and bevels, it's a lot less, and they do squeeze a lot more content into the operating system now. It's like in many ways, Apple is doing what Apple always does, and they are waiting on certain concepts until they can do it right, rather than jumping headfirst. And that's another thing, is like, Windows Phone wasn't as simplistic as people thought. It was just different. Like, you could make some powerful apps if you wanted to on it. Yeah, they were... Windows Phone was basically just ahead of its time. It was fantastic. The Nokia phones were amazing. But then in order to combat Google, Nokia just like flooded the low-end market, which hurt it because then a lot of phones didn't get updates unless you joined the Insider program, which was a bit iffy. Because that's where the Insider program even started. It wasn't Windows 8. Windows 8 had a developer preview, a public release preview, and then there was Windows 8. The Insider program, which is popular with Windows 10 now and Windows 11, that started with Windows Phone as a way of allowing Windows Phone users to update their Windows Phone without having to rely on carrier or manufacturer updates. Because, you know, with Google Android phones, there's a big issue where they don't get updates because either the carrier hasn't approved the update or the manufacturer hasn't approved the update. And so your brand new Galaxy 2490, whatever, is like stuck on a 2-year-old operating system. Yeah, it had Angry Birds. And so, yeah, the Insider program was designed to get around that by being like, oh, hey, this is a special program. It's opt-in. It allows you to install quote-unquote untested updates as they come, including release updates. So you got to beta test the operating system and get updates as they come. Apparently people are making SteamOS work on computers and got it down to the point that they got games that are too old for Windows to work. And this is running off Linux structures. Yes, and that is because Proton is wine. If you don't know what wine is a weird acronym because it stands for wine is not an... It's a recursive acronym. Because wine stands for wine is not an emulator. It is a compatibility layer. It is a compatibility layer that allows Linux and Mac OS systems to run Windows software by simulating Windows libraries, basically. And Proton is Valve's extension of Wine that integrates itself into the Steam input library and the Steam library. SteamOS itself is just an x86 Linux distribution with Valve's own interface on top. And, pardon me, Valve has even said that the interface for SteamOS on the Steam Deck will be coming to and replacing Big Picture mode down the road on Steam in general. And the thing with running games that don't work on Windows anymore is the kind of funny thing is that because Wine is a compatibility layer that only loosely has the concept of Windows versions, it can more easily adapt to software expecting older versions of Windows than Windows can. Windows can do it because Windows has compatibility settings. A lot of people overlook compatibility settings, but you can select a version of Windows. You can select various restrictions that program needed, like running in lower resolutions or disabling scaling. The thing about that is that Windows also contains libraries like DirectX and all those jazz that have like older backwards compatibility with like older versions. But the problem is that a lot of developers on Windows are really bad at trying to use the drivers and the libraries in a correct way. So to put it in an easy to understand term, let's see. Imagine you have a file that's like iamDirectX.file. And then you have two ways you can access that as a developer. You can either tell the operating system, I would like DirectX, please, this version. Or you can say, I would like iamDirectX.file. A lot of developers do the latter. That is the wrong way of doing it. Because that means if Microsoft changes the file name, or changes how the file works, you're screwed. Your program no longer works. So if Microsoft in the next version of Windows changes it to I look like DirectX.file or I am DirectX_2.file, suddenly everything breaks. Or if they change how the code works in that file, everything breaks. And so a lot of times you'll have to install older libraries, older versions of DirectX. A lot of times you'll have to rename files or drag and drop files into the program directory. Wine is a lot better at handling that because Wine knows it's not Windows. So when a program tries accessing something it doesn't have, it's like, oh, you need the DirectX compatibility layer. You need this. And it kind of streamlines some things. From what you heard, recent advancements in Linux is putting quite a bit of pressure on Microsoft, hoping SteamOS on PC takes off so Microsoft has pushed to make quality for once. That's probably not going to happen. And I say this because the problem with Linux is that it is Linux. A more in-depth explanation of that would be Linux is a very fragmented, by design, operating system. There's not just one version of Linux. And because of that, between file systems and drivers and hardware support, it is a very low-level, user-unfriendly operating system. Even SteamOS on the Steam Deck will lock you into Valve's own interface unless you enable certain settings, just because trying to exit the Steam store or install software yourself results in a whole host of issues. They can guarantee the hardware side is good, the drivers and everything, because they're the ones designing the hardware and the software, just like Apple with Mac OS. But the same cannot be said about PCs in general. A lot of laptops, for instance, on the Windows side use wireless hardware from a company called Broadcom. Guess who tends to have a lot of proprietary drivers? Broadcom. So that means depending on which hardware is in your computer, you might not be able to run Linux perfectly, or you might have to download over Ethernet or USB with a USB drive programs or drivers to enable your hardware. It's not just a one-click solution. Windows, they're able to include drivers out of the box because the manufacturers have made drivers out of the box for Linux. And because Windows has a driver system that is easy to install drivers, it's easier to support, basically. Honestly, if anything is going to put pressure on Microsoft, it's going to be Mac OS. I mean, just look at Windows 11. They're dropping support. They're moving to a new driver system, first of all. That's why a lot of older hardware doesn't work, because Intel and AMD don't want to support their older processors. Enough said. It's like, it's not fully Microsoft's fault. And you're starting to see the same thing with the newer versions of Mac OS, where they're not supporting older hardware too, which is kind of out of the ordinary for Mac OS, to be honest. Windows 11 also looks a lot more like Mac OS. It works a lot more like Mac OS. And Microsoft's putting more work into their ARM versions of Windows. And this comes after Apple moved to Apple Silicon, which is a variant of ARM, a different processor. Because most people use like Intel or AMD, and AMD's processors are Intel architecture. They're based on Intel's processors, basically, in layman's terms. But ARM is a whole different beast. And Apple's Silicon Macs kick Intel ass. For reference, Actually, you know what? I'm going to pull up a video. Uh, uh, Class, I'm wheeling in the giant TV and the VCR player. We are getting a lesson today via video. As soon as I can get YouTube to open. The joys of beta software. Australia. You know the video, Jay. Don't spoil it for the class now. And I'll probably have to fast forward to a specific part in it. Copy link. Web view. No, I don't want that. Pause the music, interact, settings. Let's just watch the whole thing. I like dank pods. Okay. Funny Australia man, I'm going to have to correct you. Vista wasn't garbage, the hardware was garbage. You install Vista on a MacBook of the era, like a MacBook Pro, it ran perfectly, flawlessly. It was amazing. But that was high-end hardware at the time. Every other computer, every Windows PC manufacturer produced utter garbage in the Vista days. It wasn't Vista, it was the PCs. Yeah. I like Windows 8. I defended Windows 8. It was garbage. It is fun. Up the speed a little. Yeah. This thing is the bane of my existence. I am missing an E key on my MacBook because of it. Because this hinge design, if anything, any speck of dust, any dirt gets under that hinge, it snaps off. My E key is gone. It's toast. I have no E key. I have to use an external keyboard. My MacBook Pro is basically a desktop at this point, and a really poor one at that. Because of this mechanism. Mm-hmm. Translucency. Oh, this thing. I have the fans running constantly on this just to keep it stable. Yep. To be honest, the headphone jack is probably gone for battery space and waterproofing. I don't think they would have been able to make their phones water resistant as they are without them, or with them, I should say. Mm-hmm. You can make things water resistant with a headphone jack, but it's a lot harder. And Apple's really going all in on the wireless headphone thing. So there's more than one reason, let's put it that way. Some of it good, some of it not good. I personally like the headphone jack. I kind of would like it too. Honestly, I also like the curved design of the iPhone XR and the iPhone 11. I don't like the flat chassis of the newer iPhones and the older iPhones. But yep. The M1 MacBook Air, the like budgetist MacBook with the first generation of Apple's MacBook processors, is comparable to an Intel i9 MacBook Pro in performance. Just got home from a casino, sadly lost, but then won, and it was a nice trip and breakaway. Oh, well, congrats, and sorry. We're just talking about how crazy Apple's processors are and trying to put it in perspective with our favorite Australian friend, DatePods. It gets worse, too. Or better. It doesn't. And that's the thing. It's like the Apple Silicon Max can do shit a high-powered Intel laptop can without even having a fan. And they don't break a sweat. Meanwhile, the Intel laptops, not only do they get hotter than the surface of the sun, they sound like a motherfucking jet engine about to take off. By the way, the Mac Pro is like their $6,500 computer. Keep watching. And keep that number in mind. The $6,500 computer designed for professional video editing that requires a separate like $2,000, $3,000 monitor with $1,000 caster wheels that is targeting like Pixar and Netflix and Disney, lost to a laptop. And the laptop didn't even break a sweat. Yeah. That is what I wanted to show you. Apple's own processors kick ass. Oh, hell yeah, I can run Doom. In fact, their M1 Max, not their M1 Ultra, not the new one that came out, but their M1 Max, emulating, or no, virtualizing Windows in a virtual machine, which then has Windows emulating Intel Windows for Intel Windows software, which, by the way, Microsoft's Intel emulation is a lot worse than Apple's. But for reasons, Apple will not allow you to run virtual machines through Rosetta, which is what they call their emulation layer. So you have to, if you run Windows, you have to run the ARM version of Windows, and then you have to rely on Microsoft's emulation, which is worse. And yet it is comparable and able to run a lot of games at anywhere between 60 and 120 frames per second without breaking a sweat. Games, higher end games, running on higher settings, being emulated in a virtual machine on top of that, on an Apple Silicon Mac, performing comparably to a high-end PC laptop that would sound like you're cutting down trees like a lumberjack and produce enough heat to fry an egg. I've seen like some of the Final Fantasy games. Those ones performed a little worse. Like, I think it was like in the 60 frames per second, 70 frames per second category. And then I saw somebody playing Overwatch on it at like super high frames per second. It really varies, and to be fair, this is like Windows emulation, which, like I said, is worse. Apple even said that they would be open to boot camping Windows on ARM Macs. That's the funny thing. The ball's in Microsoft's court, but Microsoft says they won't release Windows on ARM to consumers. They only allow you to pre-install it as the default operating system. And imagine Apple selling MacBooks that come with Windows and nothing else. Yeah, not happening. So yeah, like, the Apple Silicon Macs kick ass whilst using a fraction of the power and generating a fraction of the heat of an Intel processor. There's Intel processors that kick M1 Max asses. There's Intel processors that will kick the M2 ass because the M2 just came out. There's no M2 Max or Pro or Ultra yet, though, so we don't know how those are going to perform. But those Intel processors also require desktop conditions with high-powered fans and a lot of power just to compare or beat the Apple chips. A cheap gaming Mac Get an M1 Mac Mini. I'm not joking. Like, heck it. Let's go shopping. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Drat. Mac Mini. Bye. Choose your Mac Mini. Oh, they removed the background on this. That's weird. Also, it's not letting me scroll. That's annoying. Gosh dang it. Gosh dang it. Is there a button I have to do to allow scrolling? Oh, overflow hidden on that. No. Overflow. Auto. Okay. Interact. Mac. There we go. Now I got scrolling. Now we got scrolling. You just want an RGB gaming machine. A gaming machine, if you will. Let's see. Select. This is new, mind you. Okay, so it's kind of hard to see the price. Oh, no, it's right there at the bottom. So for 16 gigs of memory, about $900. And that is with gigabit Ethernet, 256 gigs of storage. And that's new. You can get refurbished. They have refurbished Macs, which are even cheaper and come with the same warranty. It's something a lot of people don't realize. Shop a Mac. Let's see. Where is the refurbished? Apple Store. Refurbished and clearance. Here we go. Mac. 8 core, $590 for the base model M1 Mac. Now, granted, that's only 8 gigabytes shared memory. That's the downside to the M1 Macs. They share memory between the GPU and the CPU. So 8 gigs is 8 gigs. 16 gigs is 16 gigs. So let's do Mac Mini. That's the Intel. Yeah, they only got the M1 and the 8 core refurbished. Yeah, either way, it's not bad. How would you run most? That is the only problem, is Valve has straight up given up on Mac. Their Steam software is not fully M1 compatible. A lot's through Rosetta. Their Steam input driver hasn't been updated for Intel even. They don't even release, even the newer games that Valve has made, they do not have Mac versions. So if you're wanting to do Steam games, you're unfortunately kind of stuck on Windows, maybe Linux if you're lucky, with Proton. But, yeah, it just really depends. It's a developer issue. Macs have been capable of gaming for years now. Even my MacBook, when it was new, if you paired it with a eGPU, it would have been comparable to a desktop at the time. RX 570, Intel i5, 16 gigs of RAM. Like, come on. I've done VR on this thing. But the problem is that game developers have snubbed the Mac successfully, thanks in part to Valve and Steam. And thanks in part to like developers really not caring. So yeah, it's like, if you're wanting to play games, unfortunately a Mac's really not going to be for you unless all your games are Mac compatible. And that's even iffy because a lot of games are designed for older Macs that don't work on newer Macs because Apple dropped 32-bit support. There's reasons for that, and it makes the operating system smaller, faster, easier to update. more secure. But the downside is developers who just don't update their games or fix issues, they just stop working. But that being said, you can, like I said, you could run Windows for ARM in a virtual machine and emulate Windows for Intel software on top of that. So you can still run Windows software. It's just going to be a bit, I don't want to say, let's see, what's the right word? It's going to be a bit more limited, shall we say, because you got a layer of virtualization and a layer of emulation on top of that. And you're also going to have to splurge for a more powerful Mac to compensate. So for gaming purposes, like get yourself like an HP Pavilion Gaming. Yes, I know, I said HP Pavilion. Surprising, I know, because it's HP and it's their Pavilion line. But they have a Pavilion Gaming line where you can get like a high-end Intel processor with an RX. Wait, no, yeah. Wait, no, it's GTX, right? You can get the NVIDIA card with the 3080 for like $800 at Walmart from HP. So a computer with an SSD, M2 SSD, mind you, like 8 or 16 gigs of RAM, and a 3080 for like $800. It's a desktop though, it's not a laptop. Okay, so Cyberpower PC, that is what I like to call a knockoff brand. Cyberpower PC is Walmart's version of Unheard brand from Amazon. Just like iBuyPower is also like, they're the brands that are basically Alibaba machines. They are made in some factory en masse overseas and then sold. They're basically drop shipped. That is what they are. They are drop shipped. I don't consider them a brand at all. They're overpriced. They're horrible quality. Don't buy. HP, their low-end machines tend to be outright terrible, but they have a few Pavilion gaming machines that are actually reasonably priced and come with modern hardware. So if you're doing gaming, you benefit from it. Yeah, no, I can almost guarantee you Cyberpower or Cyberpower stuff is not from California. It might be assembled in California, or the headquarters might be in California, but that stuff is almost guaranteed to be drop shipped. And what that means is that they are basically a company that does not have any facilities themselves to manufacture or design things. Instead, they buy cases and parts from other companies, either pre-built or separately, and then they just put it together and sell it as their own. You see this a lot with cheap products and a lot with scam products, where they just like, they'll take the same device and then slap their name on it. And I am almost certain that Cyberpower and iBuyPower, which are basically the same thing, are of the same caliber. They are just some generic product from overseas that a company in California or Nebraska or New York or who knows where has ordered and then slapped their name on. Walmart does have a gaming PC lineup, but it's not from them. It's HP, Cyberpower, and iBuyPower. The fact that I keep calling it Cyberpower should tell you how close iBuyPower and Cyberpower are. Like, they are just junk. They are the same junk. Your last desktop came with an AMD Ryzen 7, 16 gigs, 300 megahertz RAM, RTX 2060S, and an SSD HDD combo, and ready to ship for $1,200. That's not bad. Yeah, my partner's is HP Pavilion Gaming with I think it's an i7. Wait, no, it's an AMD processor. That's right. He has an AMD processor. He's got a Ryzen processor, but a NVIDIA 1060 Super, I think it is. Wait, no, it's the 1660. It's the 1660 Super. And 8 gigs of RAM. And it was like $600. If I were to ever come into the funds to replace all my computing stuff, I would be looking at a similar model with a 3080 and an Intel processor for $800. Intel and AMD are the same. In fact, with the way Intel and AMD's products work, similar to AMD and NVIDIA, the Intel products are going to have certain features that if your software needs those features, you'll want the Intel. But generally speaking, the AMD is going to do the exact same job for cheaper. And it's going to be just as good quality. AMD versus NVIDIA graphics cards. If you need RTX, you don't get an AMD graphics card because it doesn't do RTX. If you need CUDA, you don't get an AMD graphics card because it doesn't do CUDA. That's a NVIDIA thing. But if you don't need CUDA shaders or RTX, if you don't need all the NVIDIA proprietary stuff for your software, get an AMD graphics card because it will do the same job cheaper. They hot flashed the BIOS for the 3rd gen to work with the motherboard, which is compatible with 2nd gen. Okay, so when it comes to Intel process, or wait, no, you have, you said it was a Ryzen. Okay. I don't know about AMD BIOSes and firmware, but I know with certain Intel boards, Intel shared the socket set and they did provide an upgrade path for the firmware with specific chipsets. So if you updated the firmware, commonly referred to as a BIOS, even though these days no computer uses a BIOS, that's technical talk for another day. You could use a newer chipset or a newer processor in an older chipset. It'd be a little bit slower than a newer chipset, but it would be compatible. So it's possible that AMD is similar in that some of their older chipsets were technically upgradable to support newer processors through firmware flashing. But I have also heard of people illicitly flashing firmware to make shared socket sets work with newer processors. In fact, I've heard of people flashing firmware to spoof information to where your computer acts like it's got newer hardware than it actually does. Those are the really shitty ones because that's a scam. Like getting a NVIDIA card that tells the computer it's like a 2060 when it's really 160. It's like, it's not even a 1060, it's a 160. It's like a really old card, but it's pretending to be some new card in order to scam someone. So yeah, you got to be careful about that. But yeah, for gaming, for video editing, for general computing use, for pretty much everything but gaming, a Mac, I would say, is better these days. But due to the unfortunate circumstances of developers and their apprehension to developing for Mac, Macs are not great for gaming. But Apple is working on that. With their recent developer conference, they actually apparently worked with their new APIs and their new operating system. They worked with Capcom and a couple other developers to bring their games to Mac, like the Resident Evil Village game. That's coming to Mac. And Apple actually announced with Metal 3, which is kind of like their take on OpenGL or DirectX. Metal, it's their own graphics library, they now have their own super sampling technology. Just like AMD and NVIDIA have super sampling, which means they can render the game at a smaller resolution and then upscale it in such a way that it looks higher resolution. So it's less work on the GPU, but you get almost the same quality as if you had rendered it at a native resolution. Best case scenario. Worst case scenario, it's crud, but best case scenario, yeah. And this technology is going to be used to bring some more impressive games to Mac on the Apple Silicon processors. So it's possible that Apple, working directly with game developers this time, might encourage developers to bring their games to Mac. Because Apple tried it with VR and working with Steam and bringing Steam VR to Mac, and yeah, no, only a few developers supported it, and then Valve dropped the floor out from everyone by just dropping support out of the blue for Mac. They just kind of like, oh, we're not doing it no more. Sorry. Yeah, yeah. I wish developers would support Mac like they used to, because that's the thing. It's like early Steam days and like even into the 2000s, even into Intel Mac, gaming was possible on a Mac. And then, honestly, I kind of blame VR for kind of killing gaming on Mac to a degree, because once that started becoming a niche thing, you started needing like specific graphics cards and specific hardware. And as game developers chased more and more impressive graphics, and as VR developers chased more and more realistic graphics and more capable hardware, the number of Macs you could run that software on was fewer and fewer. And so developers one by one started dropping off for Mac because they're like, well, only 3 out of all the MacBooks being sold today support my game, so why should I bother? That was basically their attitude. It wasn't that Macs couldn't run it, it was that they wouldn't be able to release their game on every Mac ever sold, which is like a ridiculous. I'm being hyperbolic here, but not entirely. Because it's like, when you think about it, those same games wouldn't run on some shitty $300 laptop from Walmart either. But you can sure as heck install it on there. But yeah, it's like, to be fair, there wasn't as many Macs capable of gaming. And then when we enter into what I call the Thunderbolt era, when Apple was supporting eGPUs and external hardware for extending their machines, it's like a lot of the developers didn't even know how to develop for that. Point in case, OBS still having some issues with eGPUs to this day, when Apple has already moved beyond Intel processors with eGPUs into their own silicon hardware that does not support eGPUs. By the time OBS even started supporting eGPUs, Apple had already moved past them. That is how confused developers were by it. But now with Apple Silicon Macs showing that they're real powerhouses that are capable of a lot more than Intel chipsets, we have a chance. It's just a matter of whether game developers actually start supporting it. And yes, if Valve does not resume supporting Mac, that might mean getting your games through the Apple App Store. That might mean you might not be able to get as many games, or that you might not be able to get certain first-party games from like Valve, like Half-Life games or Portal games. But if we can at least get a lot of hit titles on Mac, the Resident Evils of the world and your Overwatches and whatnot, then there's a chance. And not only that, but the iPads, interestingly enough, are now moving to the same processors that the Macs have. And they've already demonstrated one of the NBA games at Xbox One level quality on an M1 iPad. An iPad running at high-end console level quality. Granted, it was with an NBA game, so it's not like exactly graphically intensive as, like, I don't know, some open world exploration game like Dark Souls or something, or no, what's it called? Elden Ring. It's not like it's Elden Ring or something. It's not like super fancy. It's NBA. It's a basketball court. But that was the first M1 iPad Pro, and that was also before updates to the operating system enabled things like virtual paging, which means that they can use the storage for memory. Because what most desktop computers do, just as a little side note, they do something called paging, which basically means that when you're using your computer and you have things in memory, it decides what memory isn't immediately necessary. Like, say you got a bunch of minimized programs that you haven't touched in a hot minute, and it will move that memory to file storage. It will, as the term suggests, page it out and swap in a clean page that other programs can use. So you might have 8 gigabytes of RAM, but then the paging file might also be like 3, 4, 5, 6 gigabytes large. This also means for memory-intensive programs, if need be, they can also switch to be using file storage for memory, which will be a little bit slower, but improve system performance. And the M1 processors on Mac, on iPad OS, did not support paging up until iPad OS 16. Which meant that up until iPad OS 16, applications on iOS for iPad were all competing with each other for memory at all times and couldn't page things out. Now they don't have to. And with the M2 out, that means that future iPads running the M2 processor are even more powerful because that doubled the amount of RAM that it can support. Final Fantasy XIV on Steam doesn't have Mac support. The lone version has Mac support, and the worst bit is both versions are not cross-compatible. Yeah, that is the most stupid thing ever. I'm sorry. Like, it's the same goddamn servers. The only difference is the account you log in with. And I don't know if that's a Valve thing, or if that's just them not wanting to implement crossplay. Because there are a lot of these online games these days, it's like the way they are designed, they rely too much on the account services of whatever they use. So Nintendo Switch Online or PlayStation Network or Xbox Live, rather than having like, they all connect to the same servers, but they don't have like, the way they communicate with those servers is different between games. So unless they put in an effort, crossplay is like just a nuisance, I guess. Oh, the expansions. Okay, so is there like different expansions on... Okay, I get you now. You're talking about the DLC. So if you... Yeah, that makes sense. If you buy DLC on Steam, you can't redeem it outside of Steam because it's Steam DLC. It's kind of like if I buy Minecraft for Nintendo Switch, I don't get the Java version on PC, even though Microsoft combined Bedrock and Java. I mean, they didn't combine it. They combined the launcher. It made one free if you bought the other. But that doesn't apply to Mac if you bought the Java version, or Nintendo Switch if you bought the Bedrock version, because those are different stores. It only applies to the Microsoft Store and the Mojang website. So yeah, that makes sense, and that is a bit of a nuisance. So if you invest in a specific storefront and then you need to change operating systems, sometimes it will involve rebuying everything just because that storefront doesn't support your operating system. And like I said, Valve has basically given up on Apple. I'd love to be proved wrong. But for reference, they released a game for Steam Deck. That's basically an Aperture tie-in, which is a Portal tie-in. And it only runs on Windows and the Steam Deck. It does not run on Mac. Isn't Final Fantasy XIV an online game? If it uses the same account system, I imagine you get to at least keep your character. I'm not sure about that. But if it's if it's the Final Fantasy game I'm thinking of, the one with like the meme about everything. Okay, yeah, it's that one. Yeah, I don't know about that. Actually, I'm kind of curious about that now. You got me thinking, Elite. You all are kind of off you. See, FFXIV crossplay. Let's see, fan by crossplay guides, supported crossplay, and cross-save platforms. Okay, so there's cross-save and there's cross-play. What you're needing is cross-save. System is seamless, whether you're PlayStation, PlayStation 5, or PC, but there are a few things to know about process, including the way you purchase the game across multiple platforms. Okay, major caveats, hurdles to jump. The tricky part is to do with transferring your progress, more accurate, your settings and content. It almost entirely has cross-save. Your character profile, items, levels, story progress, and all of that carry over seamlessly. And so as long as you log into your Square Enix account, all those should transfer. Preferences are stored client-side, such as hotbars and settings. But there is a backup character setting. Okay. But extensions... Okay, so expansions do not have cross-buy. According to this, the unfortunate answer to this question is no. None of our expansion purchases, or none of your expansion purchases carry over from one console to the next. Square Enix tracks which systems you own, which expansions on via the FFXIV website, where you can tell yourself if you've already bought them. On the bright side, your subscription fee does count for both PC and PlayStation, so you don't have to pay for monthly access. So yes, it doesn't have cross-buy, but it does have cross-save, so you wouldn't have to start the game all over. All your items and everything you've done up to that point would transfer over, and if you do backup character settings and restore character settings, all your settings would transfer too. It's just a little bit more clunky than the saves. It's just the expansions would not carry over. So you would have to buy your expansions again, or live with not being able to play further into the expansions, from what I'm reading. I've heard that Final Fantasy XIV is actually amazing. Like, it became a meme for a reason. Also, Jay, you, Opera? You know that's just Chrome in a trench coat these days, right? In fact, every browser not named Firefox or Safari is just Chrome in a trench coat. It's unfortunate. It's really unfortunate. It's so unfortunate, I wish Apple would bring back Safari for Windows. Not because I use Windows, but because I think they could actually have a market share. If tomorrow there was Safari for Windows, it synced all your passwords, it synced all your iCloud stuff. If you could just go, and if it worked with your iPhone and everything, like, I think they would have a market for that. And it's like, I don't know, maybe I'll play it someday. I've heard a lot of good things about Final Fantasy XIV. In fact, I also remember hearing how it got really popular after apparently a certain streamer played it, and so, like, the servers were just overloaded. Do you have a problem right now on what? Says Anon on Telenet. Oh, no money. No money. Months are sad. Yeah, Opera GX. Okay, so Opera used to be a really good browser. It had its own rendering engine. It was kind of like the indie browser, because Firefox... Fun fact, Firefox was developed by Mozilla, and Mozilla made Netscape, and Netscape was the original IE before, and Chrome is the new IE. So you had old IE, which was Netscape, and then you had IE, and then you had Chrome. Opera, at one point, just gave up and used Chrome's engine, the thing that actually makes the websites go and determines what websites are supported. They took Chrome's engine and then built a gussy interface around it, and it's just horrible. Edge is the same way. Edge isn't as bad, though, because it's built into the operating system of Windows. So if you use Microsoft Edge, it's marginally better than Google Chrome because it's a Chromium-based browser, so it doesn't have any additional guff. And all the Google stuff is replaced with Microsoft stuff, of course. But it's still Chrome. It's just built-in Chrome. That's interesting. Netscape News still works. Lamau, it does. Oh, that's right. That's right. That's because Netscape also offer. At one point, Netscape had like a dial-up service or an internet service. It's kind of like AOL still exists. Yes. Okay, so web browsers come in two parts. There's the front end, the graphical interface, and then there's the engine, the back end, which is just like a car. The engine is what makes the car go. The browser engine is what makes the browser goes. Opera GX and Chrome share the same engine developed by Google. It's called Blink. If Chrome boots up faster but is slower, then that's possible that you have extensions that are causing the issue. Like, I can't guarantee it, but I know typically if Chrome is misbehaving more so than usual, it's because of extensions. Meanwhile, Opera, if it's running faster, it's probably because of extensions. It's just Opera. But yeah, the only PC browsers I could recommend is Edge because it's built in, and Firefox because it's Firefox. Even then, Mozilla's getting kind of shady these days. I mean, they were shady before with Netscape. And then Microsoft told them to eat shit, became the most popular browser with Internet Explorer, and Mozilla actually had to do something and made Firefox. And now they're partnering with Facebook Facebook on privacy APIs. Facebook, privacy. Make it make sense. I know. And the APIs they partner, or they're partnering with like Facebook and companies on, are competing with APIs that Apple submitted, which actually protect privacy. Apple, the company that tried taking on the FBI over privacy. And yet Mozilla somehow thinks Facebook is the bastion of privacy. Make it make sense. And yes, okay, so here's the thing. The Edge HTML rendering engine was amazing, and I wish Microsoft didn't give up. But Microsoft did give up, just like Opera gave up. They had a great product, and then they're like, we can't do this anymore. Fuck this shit, we're out. And then they turned it into Chrome. But they built it into the operating system. So it is able to do a little bit more than stock Chrome, technically. And Microsoft's able to tweak it to run a little bit better with Windows. So while it is technically still Google Chrome, it runs a little better. So Chrome versus Edge, I would pick Edge every time. Because it supports the same extensions, has the same interface, runs the same, and yet it's marginally better, but marginally. Yeah, so I would if your Chrome is booting up slow, I would get rid of the extension. Honestly, Microsoft Edge, AdGuard. That's all you need. Microsoft Edge and AdGuard. Fun fact, Internet Explorer 11 was good. It had built-in ad blocking too. Built in. And during the Windows 10 previews, the insider previews, the original ones, when Windows 10 was still in development early on, you could use the Edge engine that they were working on still at the time inside Internet Explorer. And it was the goddamn most fastest, fluid, easy to use browser out of them all, and it even had built-in ad blocking. And then Microsoft was like, oh, we don't want to have people confused with the difference between Edge and Internet Explorer, so they removed the ability to use Edge inside of Internet Explorer. And then they just gave up on Edge altogether and turned it into Google Chrome. And that was a very dark day for the web. Because now the only two real browsers out there left that aren't just Google Chrome in a trench coat are Safari and Firefox. And even then, like I said, Mozilla is partnering with fucking Facebook over a privacy API. And guess what that privacy API is about? Tracking you on the web. Facebook, privacy, web tracking. Make it make sense, because I can't. Internet Explorer was shitty versions 5 through 9. Then versions 9 through 11 were amazing. Because Microsoft with version 8 started to realize the error of their ways. In version 9, it was like just a complete reset. It was just like, okay, fuck it. We're going to be standards compliant. We're going to have tabs. It's going to be a clean interface. It's going to be easy to use. It's going to be fast. And it was great. And then they killed it with Edge. What do you want to do? Safari uses WebKit, which is what Blink was originally based on, but Google was greedy bastards and they can't leave anything alone. So they like forked it off so they can make all their dastardly changes, which make the web a worse place to be on. Like web tracking is a very common practice, and fun fact, Safari actually has built-in tracking protection. It also has a new technology. Oh, what is it called? intelligent tracking protection. It's like blocking third-party cookies, but only ones that track you versus ones that are needed for the web page working. And yeah, it's like Apple's Apple has created some standards, or they're trying to make them standards anyways, to protect people on the web. But because they're actually good at protecting people on the web, companies don't want to support them. Because, you know, it's like if you made it to where you couldn't track people across the web, then companies would give up. They don't like that. Like Google's business, and that's where their money is in tracking people. Facebook's money is in tracking people. Like, it's if y'all have watched the John Oliver bit on data brokers, it is a major industry. Just buying, selling, and collecting data on people. And this is powered in part by web tracking. The internet is a wholly unsafe place right now. But some companies like Apple, weirdly enough, because their money is not in tracking, because their money is in like hardware, and their goal is to make their software as appealing as possible to the consumer, rather than making it as appealing as possible to the advertiser, they are actually like working on technologies to, well, make the web a safer place. It's not perfect, but it's sure as a hell a lot better. For instance, Safari does not have built-in ad blocking, but it does have Safari content blockers, which is like a hybrid between extensions, like what Google Chrome has, and Internet Explorer's original built-in ad blocking. And it works by allowing applications to add basically ad blocking rules to Safari. It's not as powerful. There's limits to how much it can block in order to keep it fast and lightweight. And if you need more, you have to install an extension. But it's still there. Google Chrome doesn't have built-in ad blocking. Google Chrome doesn't have tracking protection. In fact, my Safari browser, I can actually click a little button. Where is it? Privacy report. Let's see if I can't get a screenshot of this. Command Shift 5, Command Shift 3, right? Yes, Command Shift 3. Then I will copy this to my clipboard, or actually no, I'll send it to my computer and then I'll drag it into OBS. Share. Azrael's MacBook Pro. Waiting. Sending. Sent. Delete. No, thank you. A nice offer, but no thanks. Oh, downloads. It's in my downloads folder. Have a look at this. This is from my last 30 days of web history of me just browsing the internet, doing what I do on my iPad. This is just my iPad, mind you, not my Mac, not my iPhone, just my iPad. 78 trackers. 78% of websites contacted trackers. Kind of funny that those numbers line up, isn't it? Google has 3 different trackers, which are the most highest contacted tracking tools across the web. Google Tag Manager, 30 websites contacted that. Google Analytics, 22 contacted that. DoubleClick, their ad analytics, went across 18 And that is with an ad blocker installed and with DNS filtering installed, which stops a lot of these before they can even be contacted and before Safari can even record these. So with protection, 78 websites tried tracking me, tried profiling me. Or 78 trackers, 78% of websites tried contacting those trackers. And 30 of them contacted Google. Another 22 contacted Google again, and another 18 contacted Google again. This is iOS, by the way. This, like I said, this is just my iPad. This is not the analytic. This is not the privacy report for my iPhone. This is not the privacy report for my Mac. And I'm fairly certain privacy report does not sync between operating systems. iPad uses iPad OS, which is a flavor of iOS. iPad OS is iOS plus iPad specific additions like mouse and pointer support, universal control. If you have an M1 iPad, you're going to be getting resizable windows and external display support, which I'm kind of salty about because I have the last A14 iPad. But yeah, the web is totally unsafe. And that's with ad blocking and ad guard and with DNS protection. I use DNS protection on my iPhone and my iPad. What that means is that I have a program that sits between me and the internet that goes through every request my device tries to make and checks it against a common list of trackers and advertisers and blocks anything that tries to phone home, basically. Does a good job at blocking ads. Except for like Twitter and YouTube, because those are really hard to block. It's more like I made a distress noise. It's like a meh, but lower. So it's ridiculous. It is full-blown ridiculous. The internet is not safe. Not even close. And sadly, it's getting less safe by the day because Google is getting more control of the web, first of all. Like I said, pretty much everything but Firefox and Safari are Google Chrome in a trench coat. And beyond that, some of them aren't even in a trench coat. Like Edge is literally just Google Chrome if they took a name badge, scribbled over Chrome and wrote, "My name is Edge," and then clipped it on. That is what Microsoft Edge is. It's like wearing it loud and proud. Opera GX is in a trench coat. Because it's the same backend, just a different interface. Firefox isn't. But Mozilla is also making some really shady decisions that, from what I understand, people who work on Firefox don't like. But Mozilla as a corporation is just kind of... bleh. They've gotten big for their britches because they kind of became known as the one browser on Windows you could trust that wasn't Chrome. And by the way, if you see a web browser that's like, "Oh, we're the safest browser and we protect your tracking," do not trust it. Anybody trying to sell you on a security product is doing it for a reason. Like VPNs, don't trust VPNs. Unless you have a very specific use case where you need a VPN proxy or relay, don't trust them. I need a good drink. I need to hydrate. Ah! Oh! Now where was I? Reason why, by the way, is that VPNs are not what you think they are, if you don't know what they are. A VPN is basically a way of connecting you to somebody else's network remotely. So like, say, you know how you can share files between computers on a local network if they're all connected to the same router, but you can't share a file with another computer on a different network without additional software or a service like iCloud or Dropbox. A VPN connects you directly to that network, so it's as if your computer was connected to the same network locally. A lot of these VPN programs sort of abuse this technology, but isolate you on the network so you can't see anybody else, and then they just forward all your network traffic. And the thing about this is in order for that to work, you basically have to give them the keys to your data. You say, I trust you, so I'm going to encrypt everything between me and you, and then you act on my behalf and encrypt everything between you and the rest of the web. But in order for that to work, they have to basically decrypt things and then re-encrypt them again before sending them to you. So you don't know if you can trust them or not. And for instance, major companies like Nord, they've been hacked, breached more than once, and then they try to like sweep it under the rug. Oh, we were breached and things like that. It's like, if you've heard it, my rule of thumb is if you've heard about it from a YouTuber, don't trust it. NordVPN is the Raid Shadow Legends of VPNs. But yeah, it's just... And the same goes with web browsers, like Brave. I've heard some shitty things about Brave, let me tell you. And I guarantee you it's probably Chrome or Firefox in a trench coat. Nothing more. Genuinely, internet web spots. It's another reason why I stick with Apple is like, yes, they're a corporation. I don't trust corporations, but the only reason why I remotely trust Apple with my data is because their income does not come from my Apple Music. Their income does not come from my iCloud. Their income comes from my MacBook and my iPhone and my iPad and the sale of those. They are not subsidized. This is why they are expensive. A lot of other devices are subsidized, which means that Google isn't expecting to make money off of Android. They're not expecting to make money off of any phone they sell, which they don't sell phones anymore, but they did. Samsung, I mean, when it comes to phones, they do make money off of it, but like in general, HP, they don't make a lot of money off their laptops. That's why it's loaded with like Norton and McAfee and Wild Tangent Games and all these other bloatware. It's subsidized. They're taking money from other people, or they're reducing the cost of their own devices in order to sell you services, which make them money. Meanwhile, Apple's out here just being like, $700 tablet, $100 Apple Care. $1 iCloud. I know not to trust you fully. Not any more than I can throw you, which in my earthly form, however you want to put it, is not very far. Also, with the USB-C thing, it's probably going to happen eventually. I don't know if it will happen this year, but it's going to happen eventually. The big problem with the move to USB-C is support for accessories, which is another reason I think they're trying to move to wireless shit, just to get it over with. Because that was a big issue when they moved to Lightning. Because Lightning exists because USB-C didn't. No joke. I've talked about it before, but Lightning exists because USB-C did not exist at the time, and Apple needed essentially USB-C. In fact, fun fact, Lightning is USB compatible. It can be put in both USB host mode, which means that you can plug USB devices into it, or USB client mode, which means you can plug it into a computer. That's how the USB cable works, and that's how the camera adapter works, quote unquote camera, because you can plug a keyboard, a mouse, a microphone, whatever iOS supports into that. The iPads are USB-C now, and that's where the big bulk of accessories were. So if they can successfully move beyond manufacturers making Lightning accessories, they can sunset Lightning and then put USB-C in an iPhone. So I guarantee within like the next 5 years, maybe even this year, we'll see a USB-C iPhone. Gosh, all this talking is making my throat dry. They don't do the USB-C to do wireless only, then I guarantee the European Union will probably try to They'll just, if they don't do USB-C, they're going to do what they did with micro USB, an adapter. No lie, there's a micro USB to Lightning adapter just because of the European Union. Pardon me. And also, no, Elite, I would not try to throw you. Where's the fun in that? Might swing a few swords at you. Or I might just ask for a hug. Depends on how I'm feeling. Depends on how sad I am. Or happy. You never know. You vote hug. Oh, thank you. I do think I'm going to wrap it up here. My throat's getting a little hoarse, and I think my friend Tony's live. Let me double check that, though. Gosh dang it. Oh, it was open already. Good. Is he live? He was supposed to be live. Yes, he is live. Oh, he's doing a just chatting stream. Oh, interesting. I wonder if I could get him on the phone. Oh, but I'm going to risk the stream crashing, because I want to try this. I want to see if he'll pick up. Starting Discord. Please don't crash. Oh, activity monitor was open this whole time. That would slow down the computer. Yee, Discord is really making my computer chug. Let's see, set it lower priority, because fun fact, Discord is Chrome in a trench coat. It is Electron, which is basically Chrome with extra steps to make desktop apps based on web apps. It is hilarious. But yeah, everything is Chrome in a trench coat these days. Can I use Discord? I don't know. Microphone. Output. Monitored input. Let's see. The input's right. Let's see if I can get him to pick up. Built-in microphone, yes. Let's see, built-in output 2CH, yes. Let's see. Pick up the phone, you fool. Probably it's a few megabytes, let alone Chrome. I'd get some rare 1920s disease if I tried this stuff. If it was Chrome in a trench coat. Ring, ring.
Welcome to the Toads McRoads cafe. I serve coffee. What's your order?
I'd like one extra large chocolate chip cookie. To go, please.
Well, I mean, are you gonna come pick it up or what? I can't leave it sitting here on the counter all day. It'll get ants.
It sounds like it's already antsy.
Hey,
What?
wait a minute.
What? Cat got your tongue?
No, I'm right here.
Or is the dog all bark and no bite?
What? Why is the clientele making fun of me? Look. If you wait, what? There are cookies right there. No, Jay, that's. I mean, well, yeah, they are there on the table. That's fine. You want milk, please? Fresh out. I got that coffee cup there on the table though, and I got a cake in the glass here. It's a good cake, I promise.
Nice. So, I've been chatting for a little bit, and I saw you were chatting too, so I thought I might give you a call. See what's up.
Well, I appreciate that. I am indeed doing a just chatting stream. Everyone, that's Azzy on the line. That
Howdy.
called in and tried to order when clearly there's already stuff on the table. They don't have to, you didn't have to. You could just walked in and grabbed that.
Figured I would see if I could get you on the phone before sending people over your way in a few minutes. See what your neck of the woods is talking about.
Howdy. We were talking about video games. Sonic a minute ago, FNAF a second ago, Mario also a second ago, and I'm probably going to do a Sonic Games tier list here in a few minutes.
Ooh.
As a more monster than goat. It's a healthy blend of the two. Be kind. Rewind.
I mean, I'm goat-esque.
Goat-esque. Isn't chocolate poisonous to goats? Oh. That's
Is it?
Slinky asked that. Are they?
I don't know. I mean, I'm a monster, not a goat, but let's see. Can goats eat
We're about to learn some
chocolate?
shocking new information, everyone.
Let's see. Can goats
I'm
eat
very
chocolate?
curious.
Is chocolate safe for goats by goatowner.com.
Oh, wow. Can't go wrong with this one.
That sounds like it's a reputable source. And it's got a picture of a screaming goat overlaid on some chocolate. Okay.
Good.
Let's see. Goats tend to be very fun-loving, though sometimes mischievous animals. Good way to start it off. Oh, okay. It's going by the typical blog. Here's my life story. Here's about the War of 1812.
Yep. They can never just tell you things straight.
Goats cannot and should not eat chocolate. Studies show that a compound in chocolate is toxic to some mammals, including goats. Some say chocolate in small amounts may be okay, but there's little research into this. So to be safe, it is better to avoid feeding goats chocolate. So it's like it's like dogs, where that compound builds up and it's toxic, which is why that's why people say it's safe in small amounts. Because in theory, if the animal's body has time to process it, it will leave their system and it won't be toxic.
Right.
But that buildup is what kills them.
There.
So yeah, but there's no studies around like microdosing chocolate, so they can't say for sure it's safe.
Well, at least we know now. Now I know not to feed a honkin' big stinking bar of chocolate to any goats in the area. Speaking of which, I'm gonna have to cancel that order on that giant chocolate chip cookie. The safety concerns and all.
But oh, my dear friend, I am not a goat. You see, I am a monster.
Ah, well.
And right now, I'm feeling a bit like a cookie monster.
Well, I cannot be legally held liable for what people drink alcohol all the time. I can't do that. What do you mean I can't do that? I'm not. Look, I don't have a surgeon's general warding on this stuff. They can just turn right around and just be like, objection sustained, legalese, throwing the book at you. I don't have time for that.
Objection. I have nothing to say, Your Honor. I just wanted to yell objection. Been my life's desire to do that, and with this, I tender my resignation.
All right. That was court, everyone. Go home. Don't go home. Don't go home. However, I will have to close this call out with the customer.
And with that, I shall send people your way.
I appreciate that. Very kind. Azzy, everybody. Bah.
And with that, I shall send you all their toads. Just thought it'd be a little bit fun to call them first. Raid, toads, Mick groans. Raid message? Where's my damn cookie? Feel free to use Misa the Two Poggers while you do that. And if you have access to Tones emotes, pairing it up with that makes it look like I'm eating him. And with that, thanks for watching. As always, I have a Discord, exclamation point Discord. I also have merge, exclamation point merge. And as always, you can keep up with me in multiple places. Thanks for watching. Happy to have y'all here. Nah. DTFN. Ta-ta for now.